I just realized I was muted. I don't know if that came throughout, but I was getting clipping things. Sorry if that was really loud. Ooh, all right. First, my microphone was down, and then I was saying stuff, and now, anyways, hello, and welcome to the stream. Oh, there were 4 people watching. Now there's only 1. Oh well, people came and said the like, so you know what can you do? Well, I am here. I just want to quickly point out that we have a new addition to the low poly monster bundle number 2, and look, a new font, and I like this font better. Do you like that font better? I think this font is better. This is the low poly one right here, and this one right here have a new font, and I think I like that font better. I also think it's a pain in the tush to have to update all of these key images. Yet, that is what I'm going to have to do at some point. Hi, Oliver. Hi, TechDave99. My day's been pretty good. I've done a lot of coding. I've got my brother's dog in the other room, and the dog the other day found a drain pipe, and on the bottom of the drain pipe is where apparently a raccoon sleeps. And so now every time I go out with the dog, we beeline it straight to that drain pipe. And most of the time, during the day, the raccoon's there, and it looks up and it's hissing. I can't see it from the drain pipe, so I put my camera down over it, and there's like grates, long pill-shaped holes in it. So I put my phone down over it, and I record a video. I can't see the raccoon until I watch the video later in when it's a little darker inside. Then I can see the raccoon, and it's totally down there, just looking up and hissing. It's not happy about the dog having found it, but now the dog wants to go down to every drain, look at every drain, and now he's starting to stick his head into the sewer openings on the side of the street too, which, I mean, that's where balloons come out, red balloons come out. So you don't want to stick your head in there. Yeah. I've got a coffee beverage. This is a cold brew, high brew coffee, triple shot espresso. 225 milligrams of caffeine. It's my last one. I got a 12-pack at Costco that I think was supposed to be not at that Costco. I've only ever found these at the business Costco. It's been a year since I've been to a business Costco, but I found these at a regular Costco, and I snagged it. Last one, I need to find a business Costco, because I like these. They're like $2.50 each, so they're not cheap, but I like them. All right, and I updated the game modules bundle. I fixed a bug. I found a bug, and I fixed it because, right? Did I update that one? Yes, I did. Fixed a bug that was causing instant effects to not trigger at all. Apparently no one else had realized that. So this is what we have now. If you were around this morning, I was working on damage stuff, and now I am, well, still doing that, but they actually do damage, or get damaged. There's no indication yet of the, like, if I right click on this, I don't have any readout. Oh, look at that. Okay, well, I need to make sure that I can't rotate the main camera. It's only supposed to rotate the small camera, so that's something to fix. Maybe this is something we can do today. Get some display information up on this goblin, like hit points and stuff. Oh, you have a voice pack on Unreal? Yeah, Unreal is a pain. That's why I try to hire somebody. If you know somebody who wants to manage my Unreal store, by the way, I could use a person. And there's money to be made if they do a good thing. Yeah, Business Costco. Business Costco is the best. Business Costco has things that regular Costco doesn't have, and they also have like business things like tables and chairs and like giant industrial cookers and things like that. Anyway, so if we look at our debug log console here, and we actually hit, all right, so there's a reaction, and you can see Goblin had a hit points of 43. They have anywhere between 40 and 50 to start, and then hijack, and then so it was 43, but there's one condition. I can't get the result of that in that same method because the condition happens after in the next frame. There we go. And now it was 39.6. So you can see as this goes down that the damage is being calculated here as he gets hit by things. And if I cast a spell,
this will come in handy.
Then it gets hit too, and there's damage taken there as well. So there's lots of damage being done. Oh, and I also fixed the this bug where at the end of the last stream there was an issue where this sort of pink and purple bluish particle would not change when well, now it changes. So there you go. So now it checks to see if the active one is itself, and if it's not, then it deletes itself. Yeah. So damage is being taken. Technically, that means all magic spells will now magically work. I'm telling you, Oliver, if you want it, I'm just looking for somebody who's got some extra time, can figure it out, and wants to do it. I like long-term relationships with people I work with, and you know, Katie, the animator rigger, doing all the blend shapes, she's been with me since 2015, so it's 7 years now. So I like long-term relationships, and I just, the people want the stuff on Unreal, and if you can port it over and keep those up to date, that's all you gotta do. If you want to make a video here and there, you're welcome to, but it's not required. Just keep things up to date and keep the people happy over there. That's all it is. All right. So, what I don't have is what happens when you get to hit points 0. That doesn't exist yet. So if I just keep spamming this. Oh, I also don't have the damage being taken on melee attacks. Okay. Are we at 0 yet? Alright. He should be dead now. Actually, she. Yeah, so she'd be dead now. So, we can quickly add a little thing like that. I think I want to add a spot where they got hit. So this is the method, by the way, the new method for got hit by object. And for some reason, during the interim between the last stream and right now, when I was coding this, I made the text big. I made the font really big as if I was streaming it. Oh, and before I forget, I need to also make this a little... I brought this out, and I should bring this in a little bit so that it fits the window. There we go. All right, so this is the code. I'll let you look at it while I take a sip or two. So this is anything that it gets hit by an object. So magic spells, or also non-magic spells, like bow and arrow. So I don't think I need magic spell here. I added it, but then I didn't need it. So it turns out all we're doing here is this is really just for debug purposes. I'll even put that here, debug purposes, because that's not needed. So first we're gonna get a got hit reaction is false, as in there's no... They got hit by an object, but they're not going to do their got hit reaction because it could have been a healthy object or something good. Yeah. All right. So for each condition on the objects that we're passing through, so the spell or arrow. And right here, but I was testing something and I added a second one. Okay, so for each one, these are all the effects basically. Or actually, no, sorry, this is the condition. If I go to my test arrow, each one of these will have a list of conditions. Most of the time, they'll have one thing, but it's possible that if I have a fire arrow, I could have damage for fire arrow novice, but I might end up changing that to be an arrow plus a small spell, like a fire spell or something like that. So you can have multiple. Like if I have a poison arrow, I put poison goo on my arrow. Now the arrow will have a new condition called poison or whatever. And so that you can have multiple. So for each one, we're going to get that condition, and then if it's a bow and arrow, it's just a boolean in the dictionary on the conditions themselves. So for both of these arrow ones, it's set to true, and it's set to have a got hit reaction, basically saying yes, if this hits, then yes, there's going to be you need to do a got hit reaction. That's all it is. And then for each point effect, which is down here, this is for when it's a bow and arrow. So I've got these two values here. These are the incorrect values. So I'm basically changing this to be now. What's okay? It's supposed to be changing the scriptable object because I am affecting the scriptable object itself, item attribute, not the game version. But I don't see it changing. So I don't know. Maybe it creates another instance. Maybe I'm not. Maybe at some point I cloned it. I have no idea. But I may have cloned it at some point. Either way, it works, it seems. So for each point effect, if it doesn't affect hit points, so if this stat is not hit points, let me bring this over here. Stat affected is not hit points, then we ignore it. And then if it is hit points, then we get we cast the attacker, which is an I have stats, as player, so that we can use range damage min and range damage max. We use the negative value of those because we're reducing health. So we basically are putting, instead of -1, -2, we're just putting whatever these values are. And that's some extra computation here. It's a range attack times 1 plus the range bonus for the minimum times the range proficiency. Oh, shoot. And that's actually not right. I was thinking about this the other day. So my damage system is actually fairly complicated. Wait a minute, Jason Storey, you're coming in here telling me I have a risk of throwing an exception? Will I take exception to that? Now I can't remember where I was. Where was that? Player actor? Nope. Condition? Nope. Is that much for you? Nope. Game? Nope. Where was that? Actions? Actor target? Well, it had to have been one of these, right? Ah, it was on this one. It was on the player. What line was it? 215? 215? Oh, yes. If attacker is player, etc. Let's see. Let me hold on one second. Let me see. Is my audio working properly? Let's applications, music. Nope. So this is supposed to be going through the stream, but it's not. I don't know why not. I know you can hear the music, but you're actually hearing my microphone pick up my speakers. Well, that's not really gonna work if I can't hear Jason. Let's try something. All right. If you'd like to join the conversation, I hate that I close this thinking I quit, and it doesn't quit. Hangout voice channel. Okay. Whoa. My voice sounds different now. That's weird. All right. So I'm going to take off my headphones and somebody else join this and talk, and maybe Jason, if you'd like to join on the Hangout voice channel on the Discord. That would make for more real-time talking. But I don't know if I'm going to be able to hear you properly. So this is the first test. It might not work out. And I certainly think that the people listening will hear you only lightly because they'll hear you being picked up by my computer speakers, but it's not going to be piped through the stream like it's supposed to. I don't know. I don't know. Anyways. Oh, there you are. Ah, you know what? I didn't hear that. Can you talk again? No. Yeah, so unfortunately it's coming through my headphones. Let me see if I can change this. Edit channel. Nope, not that. Let me go back here. So your voice is not going through my computer speakers like it's supposed to. And I don't know why. Let's see. Nope. I know. I've got OBS, yeah. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna... Yeah. Oh, I see. So, yeah. Okay, my input device is changing, and my export device is going to be...
On the scene, you should see a bouncing meter for all the sources, and if you don't see my voice bouncing, then I've not been added as a source to that input thing.
I can now hear you, and now the folks at home can probably hear you at least. Well, talk again.
Oh, fancy. Well, let us know. Let me know if you can hear me.
Yeah, it's well, we can hear you. I'm much louder than you, which is perfectly fine for me. But so your voice is now coming through my speaker, so I can hear you perfectly fine. The folks at home will be able to hear you probably well enough.
Okay.
Yeah.
I can bump a little bit on my side if that helps. There we go.
No, I mean, I can raise my volume up actually as well. Oh, actually I can't, but I can raise this up. Try talking now.
Okay, testing.
Yeah, it made you a little bit louder, but really, I mean, you're like a foot and a half away from from the speaker, so the folks at home will figure out. Yeah, Tech Dave says he hears. So yeah.
Yeah. So all I was saying is in general, the old way to do null checks, I've kind of probably talked about this before, but null isn't just a bad state, it's like a black hole in your app that kills everything. And so null to me is like a giant eye twitch, because as you've seen, when a null hits, it doesn't just like stop that line working, it stops the execution and everything craps out down the chain from there. So you're making a very probably fair assumption right now on 2.14 that the attacker is always uptype player.
Yep.
But that's the kind of thing that'll kill you later, that'll, cause you issues. So
it could be player actor, which is type player. But yes, yeah. So what you had given a suggestion, and let me scroll up.
Because the way to do this has changed in like 4 different versions of C#. So you like the obvious one is the old one of trying to cast it and all this stuff. But this newer syntax is a bit fancier, and it saves you on lines of code.
So we're gonna do. Let me just try this out. So I'm looking at the chat history here for what? Oh, my fingers were in the wrong part of my keyboard. So we have if attacker is player player. Oh, interesting. Then I can do the rest here, and player would be player. So I'm gonna make this shooter, and would that work like that? Oh, I know you're not seeing me live.
Yeah, I can wait for it to catch up. But I see you seem excited at the outcome, so it seems. I'm starting to see it come. Yeah. Basically that's it. And you can even do it in reverse, which is fun enough. You can actually say if attacker is not blank, return, and that way you can still use the reference later down, and it's like a nice one-liner. It's actually even recommending that. I noticed the little triple dot on the left is offering a continue to skip, so it'll change it to if is not and then continue if you click on the if and then the light bulb and change it.
Well, hold on. I just clicked the wrong thing and now everything's going to hell. All right, let me try again. Oh, yeah. I typed in not rather than using that. Yeah. All right. Anyways, okay, cool. That's cool. That's neat. I didn't know that. Um, yeah, honestly, it was only earlier today that I stumbled on the whole thing that I could cast it as player. Somewhere else in my code, I should update it because earlier I was like, that's not working. Can I say this as player? And it worked. And I was like, oh, okay, cool. I'll just stick with that then. So.
Yeah, now there is an entire programmatic philosophy reason why you really don't want to be using casting unless you really, really, really have to. But you're fine. Like, this is not a big deal. But there's this whole concept of the differences between polymorphic dispatch and doing it with case statements, and there's reasons why you don't want to do one over the other because it'll bite you in the ass later. But in general, this is fine. But so it's just casting. Casting is a very like locked in stone thing. You said before you didn't want to have stuff. You wanted to have ways for the compiler to check things for you automatically. Well, that's good for validation, but when it comes to doing checks and things that could change for quote unquote rules, you want that to not be compile time. In general, rules should be easy to extend or change. So it's things like this you never want to bake into your code, right? You want to have a rule that you can add later that doesn't have a hard-coded if is blank thing. But for now, it's again perfectly fine for now. It's just it's for more complex architecture.
Excellent. So yes, just to answer the chat, Jack, you're correct. Jason is in the background because he's literally coming from my computer's speakers. And when I first set this up, I mean, honestly, there is a thing here on my audio mixer. I see internal. I can mute it and unmute it. Go ahead and talk, Jason.
Okay, I'll just say some words now and see if it makes a difference.
Yeah, and so I'm seeing it in my audio mixer on OBS. I can see you muted, then I can see you unmuted. You're unmuted, so it should be going through, unless let me see. Let me just see something. In my device, black hole 2 channel. Oh, am I using the wrong audio setup? I've got some multiple audio setups as I've tried to get this working right. All right, let's see now. Jason, talk again.
Okay. There's also worth noting that there is a sources thing per scene. So if you're using a different scene presently and you don't have the audio source added, then that can cause issues like desktop audio or whatever it is you're using.
All right, so now we have a different problem entirely. Now you're coming through, but we can hear you twice. And yeah, and the problem is I can't hear you if I turn my my monitor down, my headphones down. So I don't think this is a good idea. I'm going to switch it back. All right. Nobody can hear you again except for through my headphone or through the speakers. And I'll have to figure this out. Audio streaming the audio through this has always been a bit of a challenge. I need to figure out that. And I also need to figure out the restream stuff so that I can actually bring you on and have your face floating somewhere.
I haven't done restream yet either. I have to learn how to do it. I haven't even pressed that magical button during the show to share the stream that we do.
Yeah.
So I'm worried to put that on the channel. Never mind setting up my own.
I did that the other day. Not the other day. I mean, it was a while ago. I did that like 6 months ago. Maybe I'll try again tomorrow. It's an interesting thing. I know Jason doesn't mind, but I feel like I'm almost skimming. Because the people, if you end up watching it on my channel, I don't think the chat would go through. So if you're trying to join that, writer giveaway with the epic battle every week, then I don't think it would work if you're watching on my channel, which is kind of not cool, right? So I don't know. Maybe it does actually. I don't know, but I don't think it would. But maybe it does. Anyway, so thank you for that. So that's what this does. This is basically saying if it's bow and arrow, then we're going to change the min and max points so that these won't be what they are. They will be instead whatever the shooter has for their stuff. Oh yes, I remember where because I was talking about the complex damage algorithms in the game. It's not that complex, but the idea is you've got D&D. You got your attack, number of dice you're going to roll. You got the number of faces on the die, that's your damage. You've got the bonus, which is just a flat number. So for an example, if you've got a 2d4 plus 3, it's going to be 2 times 4 maximum plus 3, so that's 11. Or a minimum of 2 times 1 plus 3, so 5 to 11. So you got damage of 5 to 11 for that, for 2d4 plus 3. But you also have this proficiency thing. Now, in this algorithm, it's just multiplying it by proficiency. So the idea is that you have 1.2 proficiency, so you're going to get a bigger attack. That's great. 0.8, you get less attack. That's great. But I didn't like that. I didn't want that to be such a an obvious thing, you know? Like, I want proficiency to matter, but not to matter exactly like that. So in my head originally, it was actually going to be, there would be 2 rolls, okay, that's what it was. So let me see if I can actually change this here too. There was going to be the maximum damage you could do would be this, and the minimum would be this without the proficiency. Is that right? I'm thinking out loud. Yeah, because just because you rolled, let's say, 10 damage and you have a 1.2 proficiency, so 20% bonus, doesn't mean you get 12. What it means is that instead of rolling 10, you could have rolled a 12. Yeah, so essentially that means we need to remove the proficiency from the minimum unless it's negative. Right? Because just gonna, if this is 5 and this is 10, and my proficiency is 0.2, I want it to be anywhere from 5 to 1.2. And if it was negative, then I want it to be 4 through 10. Is that what I was doing? I forget what I was doing. And Jason, feel free to leave the hangout or something if you want. I'm just talking out loud now. Or feel free to respond to. I don't really care either way. But yeah, because one of the things I have is also this luck component, and the luck component is if you're lucky, you get this roll. So you see the roll damage here is random range with luck. You get your minimum, your maximum, and then your luck chance. And it basically, this goes through. I'll just show that real quick too. Where is it? All the way down here. All right. Random roll with luck. So it's basically taking in your minimum, your maximum, your luck value. Defaults to -1, which means nothing. It means it's not taken into account. You don't have any luck, so you're just going to get a random one. And higher is better is true by default. There could be cases where lower is better, like when you're taking damage. So essentially, you're going to get a luck roll. And if you're lucky, in other words, if your luck roll is less than luck value, then you're going to get the max or the minimum, depending on higher or better or not, between 2 rolls. Otherwise, you just get 1 roll. So it doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to get a higher thing, but you might. Okay, let me go back to the proficiency and make sure I get this right. So yeah, I think what I wanted to do was to say it's not a constant boost. It's only a boost to your, if you're above 100% proficient, then your potential goes higher. If you're below, your potential goes lower. Because right now, if I just, I'm going to say this is value is 10, this value is 20. Just assume that. If my proficiency is 1.2, then this would be 12 to 24. And I don't want it to be 12 to 24. I want it to be 10 to 24. But if your proficiency is 0.8, so 80%, then it would, instead of being 8 to 16, it would be 8 to 20. So in other words, it reduces the extremes of the proficiency effect, I guess. Yeah. Yeah. So, and I'm going to leave the Discord too so nobody randomly comes in and says racist things. Disconnect from that. All right. All right. Yeah. So I think that means I need to add just a little bit here. So this is going to be mathf.min between 1 and melee proficiency. And for the damage max, it will be 1 off max. No. Yes. Yes. So if my proficiency is 0.8, then this will give me 0.8, and my minimum damage goes down. But my maximum damage doesn't go down. So I can still do that full max damage. It's just more likely to be edging on the lower side. Whatever damage max is a positive number, but your damage on the weapon is a negative number. I'm not sure what you mean. If that makes sense. I'm not sure. I'm gonna do the same here. Max. Okay. So that's the change there. I was thinking about that earlier today. Shouldn't the damage on the weapons be positive numbers and then just subtract them from hit points? Yes. Yes, that is essentially what we do in let me find it again. Got hit by object. That's what we do right here. We just subtract it. So we take the range damage and take the negative. So negative range damage to, and that's what we're going to be reducing from the effect. So the condition is all, that logic is all built in. It's an instant effect. So essentially, once it's added right here to the list, the next frame, the player will automatically go through their conditions and do anything like instant effects. And so that's where it gets taken off. So it does have to be negative because this won't do it for you. And healing would be positive, but that's where we get the negative here. Yeah. So this last thing here is whether we have a got hit reaction. If any of the conditions we're adding has a got hit reaction, we'll do a got hit reaction. And then we're adding the condition itself here. This is built into the conditions module. This is how you add something. So our condition UID, unique ID. The new owner is this player. The attacker is whoever was doing the attacking. That's an I have stats. And then the game time now, and so on. So actually, one of the things that comes into play is resistances, which I have not yet coded. And then we do a got hit reaction if we got hit. And right now it's just triggering an animation for this, or if it's a player actor, then it does the grunt as well. There's more I want to do here, like revenge. Like if a enemy gets hit, will they now target whoever hit them? Stuff like that. So I want to add more to that, but there's a placeholder for now, essentially. But what I don't have is, well, first melee, I want to make sure I update that and make that appropriate and proper and doing the damaging and all that. But I don't have resistances, and that is actually something that someone in the Discord had mentioned about the conditions that they wanted to have resistances and whatnot. Armor class is a thing. So if I take 5 damage, I shouldn't actually take 5 damage. There's going to be armor class. And I actually I don't think I've got the math for armor class yet, did I? I've got this this stuff that I did years and years and years and years ago, and I mean years ago. This is, probably like 6 years ago. Can I not zoom in? Oh, I'm doing a field. Okay, well that's, all right, zoom in. Nope. Can I zoom? Can I not zoom? Zoom. Here we go. All right. So Too much. Let's see. So damage. Weapon attack rolls. Weapon damage times proficiency times luck bonus times party bonus. Oh man. Minus defender armor times resistance. This is, I don't think I want to do it like this formula. Do I want to do it like this formula? I don't know. I don't see. I want to avoid the whole simple math of 1-to-1. Like, oh, you'd cause 10 damage, but they have 5 armor, so the final damage is 5. I don't want that. So, but I do want a place where I can modify the damage being received. So that's going to require, I think, overriding the condition module. So let's look into that real quick and see if that's a easy enough thing to do. So this is the bug I fixed. I removed that. So periodic ready, periodic actions, point actions. So this is, okay, I made this virtual so that I could override it. What variable name is representative of the arrow damage? There is none. If I'm understanding the question correctly, there are stats via the game module stats that has attack or shoot damage and shoot attack and something like that. So those stats live in the stats module, so there's not really a variable for that. There's the property that brings it together. Roll range damage. That will give you a range damage between minimum and max, with the luck chance helping out the max a little bit if you're lucky. So I think what I need to do is try something out here. So I've got my game condition here is can be overridden, but game condition list has game condition shoot. How am I going to do that? How am I going to do that? I've been working on this for probably 6 years or more. I mean, this is actually the game I wanted to make before I made my game The Barbarian, which was almost 10 years ago. And I actually started on this back when I first started learning Unity, but it was pretty clear pretty fast that I was way not good enough for that then. So I went with something much more simpler, like a top-down Diablo-style role-playing game. But even my inventory system, I actually had a version working. Same concept. It worked very differently, but the end result was pretty much the same. In Unity script way back in 2013 or something. It was not well written, but it worked. But yeah, it wouldn't have actually worked in practice. I think it would have had too many issues. But so how am I going to override this? I can't override it because game condition list has the list of game conditions, and I could make an override of game conditions, but I guess then I have to make an override of game condition list as well. I don't want to tackle this right now. No, let's work on whether the player's dead. Health is less than 0. A lot has to happen when the player dies, right? And actually, before we do that, let's do the melee damage, because we can almost do melee damage, so it should be simple enough. And then we can see if the player dies. Then we can make this goblin fall down dead, turn them into a dead enemy, and even go so far as to pick them up maybe from the bot and get some gold out of them. I don't know. We also need to do a whole lot more about the spawning of the enemies. We need to get them to actually move. So there's a lot to be done here, but there we go. Play impact. To do update attack. Alright, attack. Melee will hit. So this is great. It takes into account the player speed and the thing, and there's a oh, I have to update these. Oh, okay, yeah. Eventually, I want to put these into a difficulty system. So this algorithm is based off the Might and Magic algorithms a long time ago, and I've modified it slightly for this lucky thing. But I think I want to throw this into a difficulty system so that if you want to play on hard difficulty, then there's a greater chance you'll miss and stuff. But just by changing these numbers, that's why they're all capitals and stuff. But so we have a chance to hit. There's all these maths and looks-ups and stuff. And if we hit, then we will hit. We'll do our auto impact, which is using my audio package and combining different types of things. So this is going to be an update. Debug.log to do update audio based on attacker weapon and defender armor. Right now it's just sword and flesh, and if I have a club, I don't want it to be sword, and if they're wearing metal armor, I don't want it to be flesh, I want it to be metal. So that's going to be something to change once we're a little bit more deeper into it. And then we do the target player got hit, roll melee damage. Otherwise, we miss. And again, I'm going to do the same debug.log here. There's a chance that we block, and that's important because not everything has a shield, so only if you have a shield can you have this block chance. And then at higher levels of shield, there's a chance that you'll get a bash thing. So if you do block it, you might bash the player, and then whoever did the attack will end up taking some damage. So that's something that both the players and the bad guys can take advantage of. But again, that's something that we need to deal with later. Yep. And then finally the dodged. So if they don't block it, then they dodge it. Yep. And we have temp recovery time. That's going to be something we need to add on the weapons and stuff too, and do some math with weapon skills and stuff. But again, we can do that later. Right now, what we're looking to do is make sure that the damage we spit out is being taken into account. So melee attack will hit. We will hit, got hit. We roll for damage. Got hit right here. So we get our damage, but we're not taking the damage. So let's make sure we take the damage. So we're going to do this by saying stats dot. Well, okay, let's think about this, because I could just do the simple stuff. So let's start with the simple one. Oops. Stats dot. We're on the player. Yes, we are on the player. So stats dot get properties, stats, stat, hit points. So we get the hit points, and then dot points, or add points, and we're going to add negative damage. There you go. So this is the simple way of adding the damage. Yeah, I just assume this game is going to take a long time to finish, because there are so many parts, and so much of it has to be, in my mind at least, so much of it has to be built like a little bit here, a little bit there. Then you have to, you can't just build one entire system at once, because it relies on so many other systems. And so keep going back and forth and just putting placeholders, doing these to-dos. I know I want to add this later, but I can't add that now for whatever reason, or now is not the time to add it. Yeah, so there's a lot going on. So this is the simple way of doing it in my got hit. But I think I want to do a take damage thing here. And so let me do that on my main player here, because player actor overrides these, so we should just do it here. got hit. We'll find my got hit method. All right, so same deal here. This is what we'd do, but what we really want is a take damage. Do I? There's okay. See, I already had to take damage. All right, but this is not quite right. Mine got hit. All right. All right. So take damage. This is going to say that we got hit. This is all of this. This just says we got hit, handles, animations, and other things. But it will pass through the damage. And that's going to be passed to take damage. So we will override this for the bad guys. But we won't override it for the good guys because they have the particle or the portraits down there, so they will act a little bit differently than the NPCs and whatnot. So we're actually going to put this down here, and we're going to say take damage. We're going to have to add more because we need to know who the attacker is. So I'm going to flip this around. I have stats attacker equals null. I think we need to know who the attacker is in many cases. So if we have no attacker, then we're just going to reduce the damage by something. But the thing is, I don't know. I need a concept of damage type, which I don't yet have. So I'm going to add that now. So let's do that, because I was thinking about this for the past couple days, and I think I know how I want to add it. And what? I thought we were, I don't know, maybe I hit it twice. Anyways, we're going to do this through the wonderful game module bundle. I'm going to do my item objects, create a new folder. So this is going to be a type of item objects, and it's going to be damage types, damage types. And under here, we're going to create a new game modules item object. Right? Yep, item object. And this is going to be physical. And damage type will be, we're going to do a few of these. So I'm just duplicating it. It takes a second apparently to duplicate. And we're going to go magical. So I'm going to have some that can be overlapping. I think damage types, something could have multiple damage types at once. Poison. And if I refer back to my little cheat sheet here, we have these different types of magic. So we're going to need all of these included as well. What else do we have? Yeah. And then we have these resistances as well. So I might end up adding more resistances. But so we have all those magic types. So we need one for each of these. I'm moving it off to my side so I can easily see it. We're going to do fire, water, earth. Oh, whoops, I wasn't duplicating it. Fire, water, yeah, earth, air, we need mind, body, light, and dark. Poison is a new one that I think I'm going to add. I haven't actually added that yet, but we'll see. Maybe I'll add it. Maybe I won't. There could be other damage types in the end, but I think for now this is fine. So I do need to make sure all these UIDs are unique. So I'm just going to click this red button on all of these. All right, so I don't think I actually need any of the other information here. At least not yet. I might add stuff to the dictionaries at some point, but I don't need any of this. All I'm really doing is using this as sort of like a way of keeping track of things and being able to pass it with the game modules in a very simple, easy enough to use way. But I do need to go to my properties. I need to update that now. Game modules, property code. So this is a new thing I added a couple weeks ago. Why isn't it loading? What? Why isn't my property code loading? Oh, I swear, darling, this doesn't usually happen to me. I don't know. Why isn't my property code loading? Editor window, property code. I mean, I think that's used, but okay. Interesting. Do I have a bug and not? Did I have a bug and not realize it? So this is editor window, property code, and I've got this get bool item objects window display property code return. I think this is just a bug, straight up. Like, I think in my other script this bool was true, so I didn't even realize that this was here. But this is from an old implementation of it. So okay, so now it works. I need to update the game modules bundle for that, because that's frustrating. And this property code is really cool. All it does is export this wonderful little script, and it has now my latest things, so I can get them in via code more easily. So that's just all it is. All right, so now we're going to go back to our damages here. And on my conditions, property code, not property code, dictionaries, I'm going to add a new thing, and this is going to be damage type. Add to all, whoops, damage type. I wanted that space in there. This panel's slow. It's going to be of type item object, and that's why I wanted to make it an item object. So now when I go back to my inspector here in my dictionaries, I can choose damage type is going to be physical for the arrow, and this is going to be well, it could be physical. It's kind of both, so I'm going to do both for physical and also fire. Damage types fire. That would be a neat addition to make it so that it has to be of a specific type. I should be writing down notes on potential updates. Let me do that. By the way, I've been using Obsidian, which is a application that folks have been talking on the Game Dev show. And so I'm going to create a new note. I'll bring this over so you guys can all see. I don't have much here going on, but we're going to call this game. Whoops, no, we're going to call it up here. Game module bundle updates and to dos. And so we're going to do still learning this too. New note under game module bundle, and okay, there we go. So we'll call this one updates to make and bugs to fix. So bugs to fix is properties issue not showing the window. Fix that. Updates to make. So there's two things that recently I've decided to make. I want to make. So first, it's going to be make module types in the dictionary limited to type as an option. That would be neat. And then the other one, similarly in the same thing, add an internal note field to keep notes on what dictionaries are for. That's just my own personal thing. There we go. Yeah, I do have notebooks. At GDC, I got some fancy Unity notebooks, moleskin notebooks. How many do I have? I have 4 now. 2 of them are like graph paper and 2 are not graph paper. Yeah. Okay. So now we've got those. And for all of these... Can I do this? Can I multiple at once? A magic missile is air. Damage type air. Do that work on all of them? Nope, it didn't work on all of them. It only worked on one of them. Oh well. All right. So I'm going to add something to these. Now that I think about it, oh, there are 2 objects named body. Oh, shoot. So we can't have multiple item objects of the same name. That's a big fat no-no. So I'm going to add damage to all of these because why not? We have to update my properties as well now because the name, whoops, the names are changing. Anytime the names or the types change, or which names are in which types change, or the UIDs change, you need to re-export that properties thing. Not a huge deal, you just have to remember to do it. Worth it though. Alright. So now in my damage properties, damage types, we're going to add a new damage types. Interesting. Is this not updated? Huh. It didn't update. Just by going there, it didn't update. But when I clicked the button to go there, it did update. So, small bug. Not a deal breaker. So for this one in the damage types, we are going to add a dictionary, and we're going to add a, it's going to be a resistance stat. Yeah. And we're going to expose the stat here. That way, we can find out that water damage is resistance. It has water resistance. Poison damage, we will do, for now, body resistance. And there's going to be no... Interesting. What if armor class is treated like a resistance? I'm thinking it out in my head. That's why I'm quiet. I'm going to try that. We're going to play with that for a while. If it works, it works. If it doesn't, then it doesn't. We'll figure out later. Mind magic, mind resistance. You get the idea. Magical damage, I don't have any resistance for that right now, so I'm going to leave that blank. Light resistance. Fire resistance. So all we're really doing here is connecting the dots so that when we go to actually write the code, it's just a lot easier because things just know what they're connected to. That's the idea. And then if I ever change it later, like if we decide that there's going to be a new magical resistance thing, then we can just add that and everything should just work. All right, air resistance. Right now it's not treated. That's the thing. I have not written any code that reduces damage that you take. In fact, we just finished writing the code that takes damage. So we do need to reduce it by some sort of resistance. It is cold. I don't know why it's so cold. It's summertime, but it feels cold. It's been a cold couple days, but I'm talking about like 70 degrees Fahrenheit, or I think like what, 22 Celsius in the better way of doing things. Let me see. It's gonna get warm again. It's 21 right now. It was a high of 24 today. It was nice earlier, but the air's just cold. That's the problem. The sun was warm, but the air is just not. And okay. So there we go. So now we have damage types and we have resistance things, and so there's now okay. So now other things need to have damage types as well. Weapons, for instance, need to all have damage types. So if I go to all of these, damage type, was the other one damage type or damage? Oh, it was damage types, but yeah. Okay, so damage type, we're just going to add this to all and make these an item object. It's going to take just a minute, and you'll see where I'm going with this in a second. And this is a good demonstration, I think, of why I made the game modules bundle and why I'm using it, because in my mind it is complicated. It takes a bit to understand how to use it, but what I'm doing is connecting all the data bits together in a way that is outside of the code, that lets me be very flexible. I can add things, I can remove things, I can change things, change the value of things, and later I can add new things and not worry about having to, break things. Everything should just kind of work. Yeah. I separate out all my item objects, so that's why we have to do this for each one. Each magic spell is an item object, etc. So we don't need it for scenes or equipment spots or that or that. Shield, yes, we need a damage type for shield in case you do the blocking and sort of bash damage with it, so that will be important. And armor does not need a damage type. Alright, and the other thing we'll need is on item attributes. So we have these things, so I'm going to load up my item attributes now. So our suffixes will need damage type as well. Where is it? Item object. Spells do not, because their magic has it. Prefixes might change the damage type. It might not, but it might. Gender, disposition, nope, those don't need it. Okay, so now what we're going to do on each one of these, if there is a damage type, so of fire arrow, well, that adds fire arrows, teaches a spell. And so if it's a book of fire arrow, then it will teach a spell. But if it's a magical, it's a bow of fire arrow, then it's going to be of fire damage. So we see fire damage there. And magic missiles is going to be air damage. And stun is, I think, body damage. Alright, so now we've got those. Prefixes, strong. No, we won't add anything there. So then for these, simple enough. Most of these are going to be physical. In fact, all of them will be physical, I think. Short bow, physical damage. And you'll see where I'm going with this in a second. I swear. I swear by the moon in the sky up above. I don't know if I got those lyrics right. All right. So those are all set. So now in my code, when I do my melee damage, take damage, got hit. Where is this? So actions. Okay, we'll do the got hit by object first. So now we need to find out what the damage type was of this. I actually do have my my weather app set to Celsius because I want to inherently know what 20 degrees C means. I know what 75 feels like. I have no idea what 20 feels like, you know. And I want to know that. Okay. Well, let's go the other way, and we'll do the easier one first. So the easier one to do is this attack right here. So an action's attack. This is the human player attacking the bad guy. So we need to include here a list of item objects called attack types. So compute attack types. And this is going to be, I'm going to move this method to the utilities thing, I think. But we're going to do public list of item object damage types. And we need to pass in a game item object. Attacking attacking object. And what we're going to do is we're going to say if okay, so first a list of item object damage types equals new list item object. So we'll just set that up, and then we're going to say return damage types here, and then we're going to go for our attacking object dot dictionaries dot get value or values with an S, item object of damage type. In most cases, it's only going to be one, but there could be a case where there's more. So we're going to do that, and we're actually going to do for each one of these d type. Oops, what did I say? Type equals in that. For each one, we will say damage type dot add. Well, if damage. Now, how about this? We'll do damage. I'm trying to decide if I want to make them all unique now or later. I don't think it really matters either way, but so if damage type dot contains type, then continue. Otherwise, damage type dot add type, and then for each var item attribute, or just say attribute in attacking object dot attributes. And for each var type in attribute dot dictionaries dot values item object damage type. Same deal. So we can probably put this into another thing because this is essentially the same thing. So we can say public list item it doesn't really make it crazy more efficient, so ignore that. That's going too deep. I don't think I need to do that. So basically what we're doing is we're get all the damage types from the object and get all the damage types from any attributes that are on the object. So if it's a bow of fire, then it will be both physical and fire. Now get all the damage types and then return damage types. So I'm going to put this into my legend utilities. Oh, I already have it up. And that should work. It's going to be static. And then back on my player, or was it actions? Damage types. We're going to say var damage types equals legend utilities dot damage types, and we're going to pass in our attacking object. What's our attacking object? For this actions, we can get that just from the active player. So active player dot equipped weapon. See, I already had that. Isn't that nice? I already built that for myself. So now we have our damage types. So we're in got hit and damage, and then we're going to add in our damage types to our got hit. Add that parameter. So now we have our list there, and wait a minute. Undo. What? Cancel. Where was damn it. I clicked the wrong thing apparently. Where was this? Actions attack. Target player got hit. Ah, okay. Yes, so this is right. Okay. Um, I guess the thing is, is null. Can I make that null? I guess I can. Okay. And I need to update the one here too. I don't know why I didn't add it to both of them, but oh well. All right. So now we're going to take damage of this damage types, but we are going to see what we are resistant to. So we're going to find out if we are resistant to this list of damage types. I've heard it both ways, Celsius and centigrade, but Celsius is used more often. I'll keep that there. I might use it later. But so yeah, we need to find out if we are resistant to this damage types. So this is going to be a simple one, but public bool is resistant to, and we're going to pass in a list item object of damage types. And then we will say if, actually no, we are resistant to these. So hold on, I actually have to take this dog out. I will be right back. I'm going to put up a, how do I put up a big note saying I will be right back? Taking the dog on a short 5-minute walk. Be right back. I'll be right back, everybody. That was fast. We're back. The dog has a tendency to have to go to the bathroom around this time after he has eaten, and I prefer that he not scratch my door. All right. So where was I? All right. So I have a list of damage types, and I guess whenever every character will have these resistances. So and again, I want to avoid the simple math. So if you're these are proficiencies. These are what's listed here. You can see that was off the screen. But what's listed here is my table for proficiencies of various resistances. Here we are. So there's nothing there except for half orcs are more resistance to fire, water, earth, air, mind, and body. Apparently I don't have light and dark resistances listed here, but I'm going to have them in. It's a Scottish Terrier mixed with other things. It likes chasing small animals and putting its nose in places that it probably shouldn't go. Yeah, so there's resistance, and this says 10%. I don't know why I've never changed it to 1.1, because it's supposed to be 1.1. Because it's a proficiency thing. Same with all these. So it's 1.1. Yeah, so how are we going to do the resistance stuff? Let's think about the algorithm first. And whenever you say algorithm, do you ever think algorithm? Algorithm? Like, if I were fancy in putting up pictures of things whenever I said words, every time I said algorithm, I'd want Al Gore's image to show up on the screen. Yeah, anyways. What I'm going to be looking for is my might and magic things. I've got that. I think I've actually have it listed in here. Might and magic links. I do. Might and magic mechanics and character attributes. So these two things here. So I like using these as references. I don't know what this is. This one actually doesn't seem correct. All right. Chances to hit. This is the chances that something will hit. Resistances. All right, so this is how they do resistances. When your character gets hit by a attack, there is a 1 minus 30 divided by 30 plus resistance plus luck effect chance of reducing the damage on each dice drop. The dice is dropped. If you are unlucky, you get the damage. If you are lucky, you keep. So if this works out, then you keep reducing the damage by half up to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 4 times. 1, 2, 3, 4 times. So to make it simpler, they've calculated the average damage for some value of resistance with luck effect added to it, and this is the outcome. Essentially, sometimes you'll take full damage, sometimes you won't take full damage if you're resistant to something. I kind of like that idea. I don't know if that would work as well with the armor class. in this game, armor class, I think has to deal with whether you'll get hit at all. Yeah, so your armor class comes into whether you get hit. So the more armor class you have, the less chance that somebody will actually hit you. And they'll miss more often, which doesn't make sense to me. So I didn't include that in my algorithm because, well, that just didn't make any sense to me. With more armor, it doesn't mean you're less likely to get hit. It just means you should take less damage, in my mind. Yeah. So I think I could try something similar to this, where the more resistance you have, or the more armor class you have, the more chance that it gets reduced by a lot. But I think what I'm also going to do... This is something that can be easily changed later, but I think I also want to mix in a little bit of, oh, your resistance, so it always goes down a little bit. But maybe it's only like 20% of the value can be absorbed by the resistance, and then the rest has to be through this dice roll. I mean, I guess we have to figure out if there's multiple damage types, what happens. Maybe we'll just take the highest resistance of any of those types. That would make sense. That would be a nice way of doing it. Alright, so we have our list of damage types. We're getting hit. We're going to pass the damage types... the damage types onto this take damage, because this is where we're actually taking the damage. And so we have our starting damage. So var full damage equals damage, and we're going to pass in negative full damage. So what do we do in the meantime here? We have to find, first of all, the best resistance to any of the damage types in the list here. So where do far max resistance value is going to be 0. That'll be a float. And then for each var type in damage types, we'll refactor this in a second. Or when we're done, and alright, so for each one of these, I think, yeah, damage types could exist even though the attacker's null. So if damage types equals null, then we'll just do that and return. And also, similarly, if damage types dot count equals 0, then we'll just do that in return. Okay. Sorry, I'm being distracted there. This dog. It's another week that I've got the dog with me, and I like dogs. I really do. But it's not my dog, you know what I mean? Okay, so for each type in damage types, we have to find our resistance. So resistance stat is going to be type.dictionaries.get or value item, or value stat rather, and it was what do we call it? Let's find out. We called it resistance stat. Resistance stat. If resistance stat equals null, then we'll continue. If it's not null, then we will look for our resistance value, and this is going to be our stat stats.get resistance stat.uid. True, we're going to add it if it's null, and we're going to make the new owner this, and yes, it's distinct. So this basically says, hey, if for whatever reason this character doesn't have the resistance stat, in this case armor class, we're going to add it. It's going to be 0, but we're going to add it so that there's no null references or anything like that. And that means that we don't have to worry too much about making sure every character has every stat that there is, because when they need it, they will suddenly have it added. So that's nice. So we're going to get that, and then get final stat. Yeah, final stat. We don't need to recompute, so we'll just get the final stat. And stat value. Okay. Resistance final stat. Okay, we'll call it that, and then we're going to go another step. We have these concept of the lookup tables, and we saw that briefly right here, this lookup table. I've created that concept into the game modules bundle, so we have lookup tables as well, and one of them is the stat bonus lookup table. And so we will get our output from this. So our resistance bonus is going to be equal to lookup table value. Input value is going to be resistance final stat, and table name is stat bonus. Oh, that is the one by default because I already coded that for myself. And that's going to give us this output over here. So that's going to be our resistance bonus. And then we're going to say max resistance equals manf.max between max resistance and resistance bonus. That's all that is. Yep, so we could put this into one epic thing, but we're not going to. Alright, so that'll give us that. So at the end of this, we should have our maximum value from here based on any of the damage types of the attack that we're receiving damage from, and our resistance therein. In many cases, for physical things, the most one will probably be armor class, but if it's like a fire arrow, then it will be armor class because the arrow is physical, even though there's fire damage. But if you just happen to have a lot of fire resistance for whatever reason, that might be the bigger one. So for a fire arrow, you'd have a better chance rather than just your armor. Alright, so now we've got our max resistance. Excellent. Can we move this now? Here we pass in damage types. Yeah, we could make this a utility. Let's see. Public static float max resistance. We're going to need to pass in some things for sure. We're going to need to pass in damage types and the player. So I have stats actor and list of item object damage types, and then this is going to be actor.stats. Okay, do this. And where's lookup table? Is that there? Yep. Okay, and return max resistance. So that means here I can say var max resistance equals legend utilities dot max resistance, and pass in this and damage types and get all that. Alright, so now we have our max resistance. And now we have to do the math on lowering that. So I'm going to be debug.log max resistance is, not typing things right tonight, getting tired. Is max resistance. Add these here too. Okay, let's test it. Let's just make sure that we get some value out. Since I've added all those references to the damage types and resistances using the modules, technically it should work, I think. Let's find out. Okay, we got a null reference. That's something, right? Oh, on Legend Utilities? Oh, I didn't check for this to be null. Okay, if equals null, then debug.log error was null, and return default. It's interesting. Why is it null? Actions 1508. Active player equipped weapon. Get equipped weapon. Right hand game object. Object. Oh, interesting. Interesting. So not everyone has an equipped weapon. Okay, we can work with this. We're going to work with this by saying attack. When we actually, yeah, we'll go one, try to attack weapon. first thing we're going to do is if active player doesn't have equipped weapon, or, okay, equipped weapon equals null, then we will say actually, maybe we'll take it one step back even more. Where do we do try to attack quick actions? Okay. Yeah, so we can do that here. Then we're going to return false. We couldn't attack, and we're going to say that's it. We're just going to return false. If they have no equipped weapon, then we return false. And then in the various contexts, something else might happen afterwards. Yeah. All right, let's try that now. Alright. Alrighty-o. So if you notice, if you think about when I talk about like the algorithms, and if you look at this table right over here, you know, these inputs are the stats, the actual stats. So you might have 100 stat value, but the actual value you're getting is 11. And when you get higher, it takes a lot more to get up just one more number. Until you get up here, then it just kind of skyrockets a little bit. But I hope what I want the end result. I don't know if you all remember the games Dragon Warrior 1 and Final Fantasy 1 or Final Fantasy 2, 3, etc. But there was always this big difference between I don't know about the later Dragon Warriors, but the early Dragon Warriors were always very slow for growth. Like your final character might have 100 hit points, whereas your first character had 10. Whereas Final Fantasy, your first character might start with 30 and your final character has 9,999. It just maxes out. The scaling is very different. I want this scaling to be not quite the Dragon Warrior level, but I want it to be less. I want it to be where you don't necessarily think, I leveled up and now I can kick everything's ass. You're going to be better, but you're not going to be like so much better that's insane. You know what I mean? Aha. Okay, so this is something. It's not attacking. That's good, but it needs to defend then. So if we don't try to attack, then we will do defend. And defend just does recovery time and pauses, essentially. That's all it is. Yep. Okay. Earth Dawn. That's essentially like your first level, you get 100 hit points or 100 experience. Second one, 200. Third one, 300. Then 600. Then 900. Then 1500, etc., etc., etc. It didn't happen. Oh, why didn't it happen? We got hit here. Oh, because this is the override on the bad guy. Got hit. Okay. We need to add this to the bad guy as well. Right. Yes. So the bad guy is going to use the same take damage method, but they have a different, slightly different stuff by the hundreds. No, I'm going to not have physical unarmed. Each character, like the Might and Magic, each character will just start with a club, essentially. So there's, unless you actively remove it, there's, not going to be a thing. It's not going to be an issue. But all right. Max resistance is 0. Well, that's fine. It should be. I mean, actually, it might be lower because the armor class might be. I wonder, should there be a thing if the resistance is actually less? If your armor class is so low that you end up potentially taking more damage? I think there should be that. I think that should be a thing. So we're going to start at -6. I'm going to add to this starting or not there. Max resistance. We're going to float min equals 0. So we'll make this min. That way I can start it off at -6 and maybe it'll go up to -3, -2, and we'll work that into the algorithm. Let's test that because I do think the armor class should exist on this, and I just want to make sure that all my plumbing works. And we can check the armor class. So our goblin female fighter. So I've added this little script I made, the actor settings, and one of these should be armor class. These are their base, their starting data, essentially. And you see that they're always starting between in a random range so that there's some variety between them all. Okay, it's not there. Oh, because it's going to be derived from the equipment. That's why. So let me bring this up. They have a small shield, and the small shield, once equipped, will give them armor class. What's this? Is that a bug? Why is that? It's weird. Weird. So it will give you a base value. We'll just say it's going to give you 4 armor class. Confused as to why it was blank. But this should work now. Let's see. Oops. Max resistance is now -5. So, indeed, we had 4 armor class, which started out as -6. And in our lookup table, for stat bonus, if you're 4, then you're going to get a -5. So, that is actually working. All that plumbing is working. See, that's why the game modules bundle rocks, because once you set it up visually in the inspector, you can kind of just code it much more easily, in my mind at least. And now I can change these values without having to do much of anything besides changing values and stuff. Alright, so now, what does that mean? If you're negative resistance, then that means you might take more damage? Yes, it does. So, I think we need different algorithms for that. Hold on one second. Where's my... There's some good stuff here. Okay. Yes. So we need to have two algorithms. Um, you're welcome for that. For those of you who are actually watching, um, we need two algorithms, and one for if the resistance is lower than 0, and one for if it's higher than 0. If it's 0, then we will just pass this back. So if max resistance equals 0, then return and we'll do this and return. Yes, this could lose floating point numbers, etc., but that's fine, I think. Okay. So now we're going to decrease or increase damage. So modified damage is equal to max resistance is under 0. If I can type 0, then increase damage, and we'll throw in the full damage attacker. Wait, do we need the... No. Decrease damage. All right. So modified damage is going to be equal to either an increase in damage or a decrease in damage. And these are actually going to be float and float. And we got full damage and max resistance for both of these. Excellent. Excellent. And alright, so var new damage equals full damage, and return new damage. And we'll do that down here. Alright. So how are we going to increase the damage? Maybe for each one down to number 6, for each one less than 0. So we'll say var rolls equals mathf to absolute of max resistance, and then we'll do mathf floor of that. Throw the player a break, give the player a break here. So if it's negative 4.5, then this will turn into 4.5, and then this will bring it down to 4. So there will be 4 rolls. It has to go above something in order to hit it. I don't think there's a case where these will actually be not whole numbers, but I suppose there's a chance. So, alright, so we're going to be increasing damage. How much damage are we going to be increasing it by? If we're going to do it 6 times, that's pretty big. Certainly won't be doubling it. Maybe 5% more damage, 3% more damage for each roll. Maybe 5%. Let's start with 5%. Or maybe 10%. If we do 10%, then by the end it's almost going to double damage if you're -6. It's probably too much. So I'm going to say with 5%. We'll go with 5% for now. This is going to be a thing that we can change in the difficulty settings, perhaps. So damage increase percent equals 0.005F. So this will be something we can change in a difficulty setting. In change/set in difficulty settings. Alright, so for each roll, for int I equals 0, I is less than rolls, I plus plus, so this is where we say if that we're going to roll dice, and if we're basically unlucky, then we will increase damage, and we're going to keep doing that until either this runs out or we get lucky and it doesn't increase damage. So the might and magic algorithm, I need to fix my algorithm to be smaller so I can read an algorithm. The might and magic algorithm says for resistances it's this 1 minus 30 divided by this. So if your resistance value is 10, it would be 30 divided by 40. So there would be a 25% chance. Is that right? 1 minus 0.75. 30 divided by, 30 divided by 40 is 75. If it was 30 divided by 50, then it's 0.6, so there'd be a 40% chance. I see. It's an interesting algorithm. I kind of like that. I mean, sorry, that's an interesting algorithm. Kind of like that. So we can take that. We can work with that for now, and then modify it as we so choose. So we're going to say public float damage increase constant. We'll do 30 for now. And then for increased damage, for each roll, we're going to say if well, actually, it's interesting. Their math here is including resistance. Which means if this is 0, you get 0. Okay. Sweet. Thanks, Oliver. Connect on Discord too if you want. Email or Discord, both are fine. We'll talk. Have a good night. So I think. So I'm doing rolls based on. So I don't want rolls. This is not the right way. I need. Yeah, so we're going to do 5 rolls. Or how about this? Public float damage increase rolls equals 5. This is actually going to be int Um, okay. So we're not going to do that. We're going to do... Let's just copy their algorithm exactly as is. So var chance is going to be equal to 1 minus 30 divided by 30. 30 plus max resistance plus luck chance. That's a different thing. What is luck chance? Luck chance uses our lookup table of luck values. What is my luck values? Let me just look up my luck values real quick. Yeah, that's not... I mean, we could multiply something by this. So luck chance we need to pass in our luck stat, so it's going to be stats.get properties dot stats dot base stats dot luck UID true and this and dot final stat. That's right, we're passing in our float luck stat and we're getting out all our stuff there. Okay. Oh, we already have this here. I'm going to add though here true and this. So just luck chance by itself is easier. Oops. Okay, so luck chance. We don't even need to make that a field then. Okay. So max resistance, we can multiply that by luck chance. Okay. So 1 divided by that. So if our luck is here and our max resistance is oh, interesting. Wait, for this is increasing, so we don't want to increase it. So if my max resistance is -5, I don't want to increase that. I want to decrease it. So, I guess I could change this a little bit. Max resistance equals math of to absolute max resistance times luck chance, and then the negative value of that. So if it's -5, it will be 5. No, that's still the opposite. Hello, the bull. How are you, the bull? How about this? We'll do a different thing. If player is lucky, so this is actually going to be in legend utilities dot player is lucky. So we're going to do the minimum, or max if lucky, between max resistance and max resistance divided by 2. Luck chance. So that's it. Just that. Our resistance equals that. Okay. So what we're saying here is our new resistance is going to be the maximum between our resistance and resistance divided by 2 with our luck chance. So if there's our luck chance, if we roll and get lucky, then we're going to get the higher, which is max resistance divided by 2. If it's -5, it's now going to be -2.5. We'll slice that in half if we're lucky. Oh. What kind of character animation stuff? Like you were animating stuff in Blender or something? Okay, so our chance equals that. If utilities dot random is below chance, then new damage times equals 1.1, or damage increase percent times equals 1 plus damage equals percent. Alright, hold on. This dog. Okay. Taking the dog out. Be right back. I will be right back. I'm just going to take the dog out and leave this note up here because I don't have a I'll be right back scene anymore. I'll be right back. Do you want to know what that was all about? That was all about the fact that there was some old lady with a dog out there. And this dog likes to see other dogs. And then once he gets up there, he just kind of smells their butts and then gets over it. But he goes crazy when he sees another dog, especially one across the street or something. In this case, he must have heard them or something. I don't even know. I didn't hear him. Nice. Animation can be tricky, for sure. All right, so increased damage. What we are doing is resistance is going to be, if we're lucky, we cut our resistance in half, our negative resistance in half. And then for each roll, okay, so as an example, just doing the math here, resistance is -5, then this is going to be 1 minus 30 divided by 25. That doesn't make sense because that's more than 1. 1 minus 30 divided by 35 is 85, so 1 minus 30 divided by 35 equals 14, and if it was 1 minus 30 divided by 40, it would be 25. Oh. So I can make this 0.5 minus that. So if I did 0.5 minus, whoops, I got a calculator over here. I can bring it in so we can all see. If I do 0.5 minus 30 divided by 40, then we get negative 0.25 and 35. No, that's not right either. Okay, so this is the algorithm as we have now, and this goes up when this goes up, and the second value being our resistance, which is negative. Oh, duh. 30 divided by, okay, sorry, 1 minus 30 divided by 30 plus -5 is -0.2. If this were -10, then it goes up to 50%. If this were -2, then it's 7%. Okay, so that math does work if I do the absolute value of that. So then the bigger this goes, the bigger that goes. All right, so that math works. So I just need to take the absolute of it. So where's the chance equals 1 minus, math f dot absolute value of this. Oh, okay. The absolute value of this is the chance, and if the random between 1 and 0 or 0 and 1 is less than the chance, then we reduce it by 1. Else break the loop. So essentially, if you keep rolling unluckily, then you could keep adding to damage, would just keep going up. Otherwise, the minute you don't get unlucky, then it breaks and you just return the new damage. And so the math on this is if we have 5 as our resistance, then this is basically going to be -5. But if we're lucky, so there's a 20% chance, and then if we're lucky, this is going to be -2.5, and then that reduces it to a 9% chance. So that's a pretty big difference, right? All right. So let me just write some comments here so I know what I'm doing here. First of all, these should be set in a difficulty setting. Delete that. And then why aren't we using this constant? Oh, we should be using this here. So increasing or decreasing that constant will change the math. That's why. New damage is 1 times equals 1 plus the increased percentage, which is 0.5. So if we start with 10 damage and we roll this once, it would be 10.5 damage. If we roll it twice, it would be 10 point or 11 point something damage. So actually, I'm going to make this 10%. All right, and then return new damage. Or resist, new damage. So we're going to say, we're also going to do a debug log here, debug.log. Damage increased from full damage to new damage. All right, that way we can kind of see how it goes out. And then let's do the decreased damage as well. I'm going to copy this. Decrease damage. And decrease. Okay. And just gonna make this the same there. But we don't want to actually increase things. We want to decrease things. And the math is going to be different on this. So the Might and Magic algorithm is going to have the damage reduced by half every time it plays out. And I think that's more appropriate, so that if you're crazy lucky, then you're going to get a lot less damage. So, okay, so our new damage is still full damage, and then resistance is going to be max if lucky. So now if we're lucky, we're going to actually increase it by 2. So if we're lucky, we're going to have double the resistance, because in this case, resistance is a positive number. So we'll go with 5 as a number. So it's either going to be 5 or 10 if we're lucky. And then we'll do the math on a couple different things. So for each of the damage rolls, we'll do 5. If we'll get the chance, we'll fix that in a second. And if the random is below that chance, right, so if it's a 10% chance and the random is below that, then new damage equals damage decrease is 0.5f times equals, damage decrease percent. So new damage times equals 0.5. So okay, damage decreased from full damage to new damage, and we'll return new damage. Okay, now we just need to change this algorithm. And right now, I think the only difference is, well, let's just do the numbers. We still have these same numbers up here. So 1 minus damage decrease percent or constant is 30 divided by 30 plus my resistance, and my resistance here is going to be 5, and then we don't need that multiplication because we're not doing the absolute necessarily. So this is 14% chance of decreasing, and if I increase this to 10, it's a 25% chance. So we just need to remove the absolute there, and the math otherwise works out great. If for some reason my resistance was 20, and to get to resistance value of 20, your stat bonus has to be 350. So this is not normal, really high level. If it's 20, then you have a 40% chance. And if it's 40 because you got lucky, you have a 57% chance. So we might end up changing the math. I think the most important thing now is getting it working. And then kind of once I start playing the game, once there is a game to play and I start playing it, you can kind of get a sense of like how often you get lucky. You know, there's going to be times where if you do get lucky, the character will say, ooh, that was a close one, or ha, or something, or whatever. Maybe the characters will respond. All right. So we got those two, and they are now set here. Modified damage, negative modified damage. So let's try it. It'll be cool if this works, because I was kind of like thinking, how am I going to do this resistance thing? And if this works, then I think I just did it. And that was a pretty easy button, if you ask me. If it works, let's find out. Damage increased. Oh. Max resistance -5. Damage increased from that to that. Well, that didn't work. Let's try again. Alright, so this doesn't seem to be working. Why doesn't it seem to be working? Let's find out. Is resistance? Based on max resistance. Max resistance. And I mean, it could be that we're just not increasing it. That this is exactly debug.log roll number I+1 was triggered. New damage is new damage. So I'm going to bring this down. And debug.log roll was not triggered, so break. And if we break, then that's it. So this could actually be working exactly as planned. That we just haven't gotten the negative resistance into play. So there's always a chance that we might want to eventually change the math to make it trigger more often, so that actually does come into play more often, but have a lower value. So the end result averages out the same, but it feels like it's, you know, oh, I keep getting more damage now, or less damage now, or whatever it might be. Even though the end result's the exact same. Okay. Roll was not triggered, so break. Resistance is -5 based on max resistance of -5. Let me just confirm that resistance. So this is going to be max if lucky. Okay. So let's just do a bunch of hits and see if we can get one to trigger. Nope. Where are the chances anyways? Ah, there we go. There we go. There we go. There we go. We got one. All right. Roll 1 was triggered. New damage is 0.91. Roll was not triggered, so break. All right. So there we go. It does work. And it worked here too. Okay. Perfect. Who knows if those are the right values, but hey, they seem to be working. All right. So look at that. That totally is cool. Um, gosh, should this so that was for the attack. Is this? I don't think it's working yet for the spell attack though, right? Take damage. No, it's not yet. So, got hit by object. So, okay, yeah. So this is where it's going to get more complicated. Because before I apply the effects of any conditions, I want to run it through that resistance system. Any hit points at least. Yeah, hit point changes or negative hit point changes. This is going to be a little bit more complicated. So the reason being is that the actual damage doesn't get taken right here. Although, could I make it get taken? No, because there could be a periodic thing like a poison that would happen periodically. So I think I could make it, if it's instant, make it happen right here. But that wouldn't help the periodic stuff. And so if I'm going to have to do something different for the periodic stuff, I might as well do it for everything. All right, so that means I'm going to have to override the game condition in the module. I don't want to change this script itself because if I ever update the game modules, I don't want to overwrite my own code. It's best practice not to do that, and so I don't want to do it myself. So wait a minute. Wait just a minute. Oh. Oh, well. So, I built this condition system months ago, with this in mind. But then I was busy with all the other things I had to do, and I forgot that I was smart. See? I forgot I was smart. And it looks like I added the actual effects on the implementation. Is that the right word? Implements or interface? Inheritance? One of the I's. The I have conditions has all of these nice methods on them, including condition point effects. And condition point effects is where we do effects on points, like hit points. And so, for each stat modification affects periodic, condition point effect do the target and the thing and the interface. Thank you, the bull. And so condition point effect on the player is right here. And so let's write a note for myself. This is where points are modified by the condition system such as hit points, etc. Ha. All right. So, if the stat is hit points, then we will modify the point value. That's all we're doing here. Essentially, it's right now. It's just saying if we have the stat, then get it. And in fact, I can update this because I've got the new method here instead to do stats.get stat UID. And if we don't have it, we will add it. And whoops, we will add it. And the new owner is this. And so instead of doing the try get, we will just get it. And if we don't, then this get now will add it if we don't have it, which is super handy. I am very happy with that update. So now we have our stat. So game stat equals that, and whoops, var game stat equals that, and then we're going to say if game stat dot stat is equal to properties dot stats dot stat dot hit points, then we will, well actually, yeah, so we might have different point effects for different things later. So instead of doing if it's not hit points, or we're going to put it into an if and just do returns, and because I might do more later, and we can always clean it up later as well. Okay. So if it's hit points, then we're going to modify the point value. And I've already forgotten where we did the other stuff. So take damage, I think it was. All right. So okay, we're still going to have to figure out how to get damage types over. But I think instead of... so instead of going through that process, where is it, of condition point effect. So instead of, if we do that, then we're going to instead take damage of point value and return. But we still need to pass in our condition stuff. Let me think. So in regular attacks, like with an axe, if it's an axe of fire, then we will have in our dictionaries here damage type physical and damage type fire. So it'll be those. For the method we're using here, we need to somehow pass along this value so that we know the condition. Oh, so the condition has that. Okay. That was smart of me earlier tonight. See, I forget what I do oftentimes. I'll do stuff and then quickly forget why I did it, or even that I did it. So condition point effects. Somehow I need to pass also the condition itself. Stat modification. I was actually looking at this earlier today, and I was thinking, what? What is this? Yeah, so this is actually this view right here. Well, it's a version of this, actually, I suppose. Somehow I'm using this in the game condition. I can't remember why I'm doing this, but I am. Effects periodic. So these lists. A notebook that I won't even remember what page I was on. A long time ago, every time in college, every time a new semester, really a new school year started, I would always buy an organizer, one of those binders with all the notebooks and calendar and all that stuff. I would never use them, ever. I would buy them thinking I'm gonna do this year, and I would use it for like half a day, and that was that. Such a waste of money for me. Okay, these lists, but I used to have actual notebooks, and I've got one right here. It's full of notes. So I do use notebooks. It's just not for this kind of thing. I just can't remember why I put the effects periodic into a list of stat modifications. These lists hold the actual effects per stat affected, point value, and proficiency effect. It's possible to have multiple game condition effect objects which affect the same stat. Yeah, but what does that mean? But what does that mean, Andrew? Jeez. Well, let's see. Where do we add this? Okay. Add to periodic. The condition point effect, which is actually this. This is the condition point effect, this little box right here. And the source. Is source not used? Oh, compute effect by source. So the source of the condition is like whoever cast it, and it just has stats. So new source is null. New target is the stat affected. New value is the point effect. Compute the effect by the source. So the source is like if stat required was something, then it would be that source's stat. And new proficiency is 0. Because proficiency doesn't come into play here. And then we add that. Okay. New source. It changes the source. Okay. New target. All right. I think I'm sort of understanding. Delete it, see what breaks. No way. No way I'm deleting that. Stat modification is actually part of the game modules. Game modules is the type of thing that it kind of just works right now. So making any big change is like always scary because there are other people using it in their games now. And so I have to be very careful about not making any too giant changes. What I'm trying to figure out is where can I insert this list of damage types, because I know the condition has a list of damage types, and for fire arrow there's 2. So that's all I need. I just need to get that when I do this point effect thing. So at condition point effect, I need to know what the condition was that came with it. And so when I do my point actions, where is this? Oh my gosh. 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 So earlier I didn't use this, and I already had it written out. Gain condition. Transfer it. Set the stats dirty. Do instant actions. So that bug I fixed may not have been a bug. Remove condition. Try get game condition. Jesus. I should have looked at all this earlier. Okay, so I do want to use this gain condition instead of what I did earlier. What was it? Got hit by object. So here, what would I do? So I create a condition, right? Condition, condition, condition. Okay, so for all the conditions, I changed it, and then conditions.add. So that's where I go wrong. I should do gain condition. New game condition. All that. And so that bug I fixed earlier was not a bug. I just forgot that I was supposed to do instant actions when you gain conditions. Gain condition, new game condition, condition, condition. I have conditions, this. I have source. Yeah, all right. So we're gaining that condition. All right. So this is where I need to handle that. I need to also, oops. Change this bug back. And I need to do that in the other project too. All right, I'm going to make a note for that. Revert that. Okay. All right. So that should work now the way it's meant to work. And then now we could do this. Hit points after. And this happens now. So now I'm going to test this because now with this gain condition, the instant ones should happen right then, rather than on the next frame. So before I move forward, I want to check that, make sure that's working as expected. And then we'll figure out how to pass this list over. And then later I need to update the documentation for conditions to add these as sample codes for others to use and not make the same mistakes I did. All right. Oh, we need to use the shoot method for this. That's right. There we go. The hit points went the wrong way, but that's something. So it was 36 and now it's 38. All right, so it's going the wrong way. But that's something. So I just need to not make this the negative value. That's interesting. I need to test this just to make sure I get that right. By the way, who's going to be watching the Game Dev Show tomorrow? I'll watch it. I'll be on it. All right. So we want to see it lower now. Not go up. Wait a minute. Okay. Let's see. Gain condition. Condition. Let's just make sure this is happening. New min max is that to that. Just want to make sure this is actually going through. Do you even watch it when I'm not there? That makes a lot of sense because I'm pretty sure the other people have a lot more to teach than I do. I hope I just say something funny every once in a while. That's my real goal. My real goal is to say something funny every once in a while and every once in a while ask, wait, what does that mean? And then sometimes I give my thoughts on things. But really, I'm not the big expert. All right. Wrong one. Needs to be a shoot. How come the second player isn't shooting? They have a bow. Alright. That's another thing to do. Okay. Damage types was null. That's not true either. Interesting. It didn't seem to go through the right flow. Wait a minute. What's going on here? Look at this. That shouldn't be the way. All right. What's going on? Yeah, how is that going, by the way? You had the interview like a week ago, 2 weeks ago? Okay. Goblin fighter got hit. Handle resistance. All right, so it bypassed all of this. Basically, it's saying it wasn't bow and arrow. Well, I disagree. Test arrow. Wait, who says it's bow and arrow? If condition, for the condition from arrow is bow and arrow. All right, let's do another debug.log handling condition condition.name display name and is bow and arrow true or false? Debug.log point effect stat is name and it could be this line that was changed. If not attacker is player shooter, continue. Debug.log not attacker is player shooter. All right. That should tell us where we're going wrong, where we're being led astray. My YouTube analytics page says that most of the people who watch my stuff are awake at like 9 and on YouTube between 9 and 12 a.m. during the week Pacific time, which means either they all work at night or they have no jobs or they're all watching YouTube during their job. But I work at that time, so I can't stream during that time. Otherwise, I should stream between 9 and noon every single day Pacific time. Whoa, okay. That's something. We shouldn't have gotten null references. Ah, there is no stat on the point effect. Interesting. So handling condition damage arrow. Ah, stat affected. My bad. So stat affected is hit points, not stat. This is stat, probably. Stat required. Okay. So if stat affected is not hit points, then we continue. But if the stat affected is hit points, then we make this modification. Only for is bow and arrow. Okay. One step ahead of my doom. Next time, I'm going to use a nom de plume. Oh, the wrong button. A wrong button. Yum. Oops. Oops. Still need to figure out why he's not shooting. That second player has a bow. And it should be shooting that bow. Alright. Alright, let's step through this. Handling, damage, arrow is bow and arrow true. Point effect stat is hit points. New min max is -1 to -5.5. And this is in the middle there. So take damage. Oh, in take damage we are negativing, making it negative. Okay, so that means in my got hit, not got hit, in this one, I need to not make this negative. Let's just confirm that as we go through. And so handle resistances here, but this is only for when we initially get hit by the object. It doesn't handle periodic ones, periodic stuff. So we need a method that handles all of that. That's fine, William. I actually am surprised that people even... I don't think people watch this. I mean, maybe... I mean, sometimes I know people do because you interact with me and you say, hey, I saw something. But I figured most people are just kind of hanging out and doing a few things. For me, it's just I mean, it's 2 or 3 hours of me talking to myself, essentially. In this case, it's been 3 hours. And sometimes it's better, sometimes it's not. I think I get, sometimes it's more efficient, but most of the time I think it's less efficient, but that's okay. I still think it's good. And the numbers, I need to get my numbers up. All right. All right, so now it went down. That's good. It still happened twice, though. Why did it happen twice? No owner. Do I say got hit twice? Oh. Yeah. If if got hit reaction got hit. Okay, so we're going to do private void or public void or virtual void do got hit reaction. Do got hit reaction. Okay, so we're gonna pass this into here instead, and I'm gonna make a different one for player actor, and it's gonna be override, and we're gonna pass these in here, and do got hit reaction attacker, and then in our got hit by object, we will do got hit reaction, and the attacker is attacker. Okay. There we go. So now it shouldn't happen twice. Well, hopefully you can learn something. When Jason hops on, lots of people can learn stuff, as well as me. I need to figure out how to get it so that he can log in and I can hear him and it doesn't cause weird audio issues and people can see him and all that stuff. Yeah. Alright, good. He only got attacked once. He took 5 damage, and it went down appropriately, the right amount. Okay. That's nice. Now we need to... See, I wrote a note for myself. Handle resistance on the conditions object. So I ended up doing that. But now we do need to figure out how to pass that information along. That is the challenge. So we have the list on the condition itself. But when we gain a condition, that's on here. So maybe I can't change the signature. But I can create a new method. Public void gain condition resist damage type, and pass in game condition, new game condition. Let's just see what this allows us to do. So we're transferring it, new game condition. So no, we have it. We don't need to worry. It's on that. It's transferred via that. So do instant actions, do point actions. For each one, condition point effect. All right, let me go backwards. I went too far, too fast. Okay. I know, I'm getting better. Still not as good as the rest, but I am getting better. I know that. I can feel it in my bones. Transferred point actions. So transferred is the game condition. Point actions is part of I have conditions. It is not. So, oh, because it is on game condition. Point actions. point actions. Virtual void. Okay, but I did make this virtual. But how does that help me? I don't know how it helps me. Wrapping my head. So I've got the game condition, and I want to do point actions, but I want to override this. I want to do a different method instead. Or, and this is do instant action, so this is not something, I can change this, so make a note. Maybe I can get the result from point actions and modify it, then do apply the result, something like that. It's really not here. Okay. For each condition point effects. This is where it actually happens. And the point value needs to be modified. But I don't have actions. So if this were simply to pass itself, this will be an update to the module. I'm going to add this so that I don't break other people's projects if they're already using it. And then game condition will pass this along. And then when I do this, I will pass along, I will get game condition condition. Okay, and now I have access to my list. This is the condition. Dictionaries has my list of damage types. Now I have to remember, where do I modify it again? How do I modify it? So condition point effect is where I am doing that. So got hit by object. Alright, so in take damage, I pass in a list of damage types. And the attacker. Okay. Condition point effect. So in take damage, I need to pass in the attacker, I guess null, and then condition dot values item object dictionaries dot values item object damage type. Okay. So if it's hit points, we will take damage and pass in our damage type. Condition point effect happens on point actions. Point actions happen on both periodic actions and on the initial instant actions. Why are we getting an error here? Because I need to now implement the missing members, because there's 2 versions. Alright, let's see if it works. I get it now. I think I get the joke now. Took me a bit. I'm still looking for a good game to play. I keep playing Civilization and I want to stop. I'm looking for a better game. I don't know what game to play. And then I just get inspired to do more of this stuff. So it's probably okay that I don't have a game to play. Alright, so damage increased. That means it's going through the system. Ah, perfect. Max resistance -5. It increased. Hit points went down. 4 cast. Let's cast a spell.
This will come in handy.
Right in the crotch. Alright. Damage increased. Oh, that was not much damage, though. And so this actually needs to be reversed. Because damage increased from negative to that, and then hit points went up. Let me get my head around this. So player 1 I used to play a Ninja Turtles game a long time ago. It was hard. Hey, I need to actually... Another crotch shot. Okay. Okay, so in this case, damage was positive when it went in. The spell one, it was negative when it went in. So... that's where the issue lies. Okay, so let's follow this thread back. So this was passing in negative fall damage. Took damage. Why does it start by taking negative? Okay, so we need to figure out where it goes. Take damage. Point value. This is where it's negative. Oh, because it does negative there. Okay. Maybe that'll fix it. Legends of the Groin Head. Yeah, so I definitely want to add an Easter egg where if your arrow does hit the crotch, maybe they have a slightly different got hit reaction. That would be pretty neat. Just a little flavor. It's true, I get a tax write-off for all the games I buy. And it's actually not wrong because when I play games, I do end up thinking I need to make assets or other things from those games. So it's very much a real tax write-off, I suppose. All right. So damage. Okay, so I guess that means he took damage. Oh, come on. Why? Now it's the opposite. Let me just confirm that my... Oh. Oh, interesting. Interesting. Okay. That's where I'm getting confused because this is being set by... generally speaking, you should not change these scriptable objects, but in this case, I am. When I modify the hit points by the player's range values, I'm modifying the scriptable object because it doesn't matter. These will always be, whenever it's an arrow, it will always be modified, so it's okay that I change it. But I'm adding in positive. I need to add it in negative. That's what's going wrong here. And that's why the fire one was such a small result, because it was evening out. So that is in the got hit by object right here. So this does need to be negative. And we'll figure out where all the other things have to be positive and negative. That means earlier I thought it was working when it wasn't working, and it wasn't until later when I noticed a bug that it actually started working. Because for those of you who may have been here before, I commented earlier that I was expecting these to change, and they didn't change. And that's because there was a bug that I didn't realize was there. It just looked like it was working. All right. Let's start with the arrow. Knee shot. Took 3 damage. Went down. All right, perfect. And now this should be different. Well, it's negative now, so that's something. So this is going to turn to negative. Let's cast a spell
This will come in handy.
on this. So that's -1, and if we get through all these other of her hovers, took 2 damage, it increased to 2.6, and then the actual damage decreased. Now let's try melee. Took damage, and well, it didn't say that it went up or down. Oops. So I need to confirm this. So var hit point before equals dot points and hit points after. I think I'm messing up here, but I just need to confirm. Log take damage. Hit point went from hit point before to hit point after. And let's try that. Oh, my friends went to that bounce house. I'll have to look at those later. Giant bounce house. Legends of the Stones, the Kidney Stones. I have no idea what Legends of the Stones means. You realize I'm gonna have to like wrap stones into this game now because I've named it that. It's all good. It doesn't really matter in the end, I don't think. All right. Take damage hit point went from 46 to... Okay, so that did work. All right. Now the other question is, why did he not shoot? This one shoots. This one, however, doesn't seem to shoot with the spacebar. Can they shoot with this? No. Why is that the case? Update, interact. Let's see. Quick actions. Try to attack enemy. Oh, this is why it's got no equipped weapon, so it returns null. So this, it's added earlier, and I need to move that. So range. So we can say, and no bow. Equipped bow. So if we have no weapon or bow, then we'll return null. But otherwise, if range distance is less than melee distance and active player dot equipped weapon is not equal to null. How about this? We'll cache this. Var has equipped or has weapon equals equipped weapon is not equal null. And why'd those move? Oh, why is all of this over too far to the right? Interesting. Has bow, equipped bow, and then we will say if not has weapon and not has bow, then we'll return. And then here, if we that and has weapon, and then try to do range attack, we need to do all that and has bow. Now I'm pretty sure player can shoot checks that, but I guess we didn't really have a player can attack thing. Seems like more appropriate. But that's okay. Where was that? Okay. I guess all of these need to be moved. Why is it's this that's over too far? Okay. Try to do range attack. Okay. That should be fine. Last check. There we go. All right. Actually, one more check. So I have other spells that I've set up for testing purposes. And so I want to test one of them. So I keep putting them onto this magic missile. We're going to test the world area effect with delays. And I just want to see that both bad guys take damage, and I want to confirm that I have the distance from the center damage for area effect working as well. And I want to show you this cool magic spell. So definitely, if you're not watching, check this out.
This will come in handy.
And this one now I can cast anywhere. I'm going to try to cast it right between these two. I don't think anything happened, and I have no idea what this is. This is why I don't like... This didn't happen before. I don't know why it's happening now. Gosh darn it. I like the realistic effects pack for it. Don't get me wrong. But I don't know what that warning is all about. It's never happened before right now. And I've used the spell before right now. All right. All right, so let's just check for that. Let's forget these warnings. All right, we got 2 took damage, and they took different amounts of damage. Distance mod of that. Distance mod of that. Okay. Are we including our distance mod? We are not including our distance mod. Oh, shoot. So this is another thing to add. So, Actually, let me think. So distance mod means I want to modify the hit point value by this amount. So I think what I can do though is before I add this, let me see if this works. Var new condition equals that. And then can I say new condition dot point effects? No. Dot. No, I can't because the effects are on the scriptable object. Hi, Magical Holy. I haven't seen you here before. Welcome to the stream. I'm glad you're here. Well, so game condition does get the dictionaries, right? So I could say new condition dot dictionaries dot set value we could say distance mod, and I'll have to add that. Let's see. Let's just see if this works. I will be on the show tomorrow. Yes, Tech Dave. I will see you then, maybe. Have a great night. Okay, so I need to add to my damages a dictionary called damage mod, and it's going to be a float. Now it's 0. Doesn't matter what it is because I'm going to set it here, and then I'm going to pass in gain this condition. So instead of doing it all at once, I'm going to create the new game condition, then modify its dictionary to distance mod, and then gain condition. All right, now where my point stuff is happening, too many methods here. Conditions. Do instant actions, point actions. Where's the stuff that I was just working on? This one, right? Take damage. Do we have... Take damage. Okay. Condition point effect. Game condition condition. Okay. So debug.log, and we're going to say first we're going to say var distance mod equals condition.dictionaries.value float distance mod, and distance mod is distance mod. And so we're also going to say point value times equals distance mod. We'll do this. New point value equals point value times distance mod, and then we will say point value is now new point value, and then negative new point value, add points, new point value. This is going to have to be worked out because I don't know. Let me do a debug.log. Does this need to be inverted? Maybe it does. I don't know. We'll find out later when we do other effects that are not hit points. All right. It's my last thing I want to get working on. All right. Inventory, player 4, learn the spell.
This will come in handy.
Cast the spell. All right. Oh. Distance mod is 0. The distance mod should not be 0. Distance mod should most definitely not be 0. With a distance mod of 0.99. So that doesn't seem like it took hold. Oh, no, not. If it's... mod 2. It is now new condition dot dictionaries dot value float distance mod. Okay, we're gonna check that. This stream's turned into one of my longer streams. 4 hours. It's a long time. I just want this to work.
This will come in handy.
So this spell, by the way, has two parts. It's got the thing that comes down, and then it's got the area of effect. So the thing that comes down will hit first. And then that area effect hit the other one. Pretty cool, right? I thought so. All right. It doesn't seem to be taking hold here. All right, well, that's an issue. Is our set value working? Set value, float, get key value, key. If it exists, then set value, index, value. Index 0, value. That should work, right? Get key value of the key. But if it doesn't exist, then that would mean it's not working. And it does exist though. Damage mod. Maybe it doesn't. It seems to exist. Wait a minute. Condition, magic missile novice. Huh. That should be. Let's do one other check. Has the key damage, damage mod, and we will return new condition dot has dictionaries dot has key value of damage mod. It should tell us if it has a key value of that. Yeah, there's some really cool particle stuff on the asset store, but this one has its own scripts, and I don't like dealing with other people's scripts that are breaking. It's probably why people don't like dealing with my scripts when they break, but my scripts don't break very often. You know. All right. Get a little closer.
This will come in handy.
Should have key damage mod. Alright, well, I'm going to have to figure this out offline because I just need a break. It has the key damage mod, and so it should have set it to 1, and it's possible that my script just isn't working. Wherever it was, dictionaries. This isn't working, so I think I need to just... God damn it, I'll do it now. But actually, let me do this instead. Comment out this line, copy paste, and now we'll do it. Okay, so debug.log, setting value of key to value. Debug.log. Do we have the key? Get key value.key does not equal null. I don't know how that did not say did not equal. Oh, I see. I hit delete. So if get key value does not equal null, then that will be true. And then we should set value. Set value. What is this doing? Index float value. Oh, it's pressing the list in there. I see. Okay, yeah, that's fine. Okay, let's see. Index. All right. Let's see if it does its thing. And then call it a day. Either way, because it's been 4 hours. And I think I should move my body. Plus, that dog probably wants to go on a longer walk before going to sleep. And I've been ignoring it for 4 hours, except for the 2 times we went out. But those don't count. Those were short. This dog has... It's only a year old. It's got energy. Short walks don't count.
This will come in handy.
Ah, do we have the key false? Interesting that here we have the key and here we do not have the key. Well, there is the key to solving this problem, I would imagine, because we should have the key. Setting distance mod. Distance mod, damage mod. Fudgesicle. Human error. Distance mod. Ha 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 ha. Human error. It's late. You gotta forgive me. You know what we haven't tested yet though? Is what happens when the players get stuck in the area of effect.
This will come in handy.
So let's find out. We're going to kill ourselves. Not kill ourselves, but harm ourselves. Alright. It still didn't work. Has the key damage mod. Wait. False. Oh. I need to change it there too. Okay, well, look at that though. All the players will take damage. So let me just... Damage mod. Fudgesicle. Okay. Damage mod is going to be... I even had it listed here. 2 different places. Okay. So it's distance mod. Is that was the only places? That's not right. That's not right. Distance mod. Set value distance mod. It's now called distance mod. Distance mod. Spelled it right. Make sure there's not 2 spaces in there. There were 2 spaces, motherfucker. Well, good thing I know myself enough to know that I would easily put 2 spaces in there. I think I have to hit return to make it take. All right. Now it should work. Let's see. Okay.
This will come in handy.
Perfect. All right. Let's just go through this real quick. We all got attacked. Distance mod was that, so damage went down just a little bit. Distance mod was 0.5, so damage got cut in half. And then this should have the same distance mod, yeah, for each. So we took damage, but we took different amounts of damage. That's good. All right. And look, even our health bars went down. That's a nice add bonus. I wasn't sure if that was working. Oh. Sweet. Did you see that? Did you see that? Okay. Look at their portraits. They're gray. Now, I don't know why they're gray, but that's pretty cool. I'm pretty sure let me just start again and see. I'm pretty sure I made it. I wanted to make it so that they change their post-processing with stuff and making them go less saturated when they get hurt or damaged is one of those things. But obviously they shouldn't have been that gray at their damage levels. But who knows when I coded that? It was months ago.
This will come in handy.
Ready? So weird. They went gray and they didn't come back. But that, I mean, that's oops. I need to ensure I don't double click that. Okay. Anyways, so that's some cool stuff. They didn't come back. They need to not be gray right there. But the idea will be that when they get really low on health, they might have like red, and then when they're dead, they turn gray. You know, when they do get attacked and stuff, like I've got this other spell here. I think it's... I don't know which one it is.
Will come in handy.
It's this one, I think. If I cast this... Oh, no, not that one. Maybe it's this one. Nope. Oh, I gotta change. So I've got this other spell. This is the last thing I'm going to show. It was one of my test spells. It is the test... We'll do the test buff all party. Okay. So this, I've got particles that go on the portraits. And I think it would be really neat if, depending on the spell, not only do the portraits do stuff, but the post-processing on the portraits can do stuff too. And throughout the game, other things can make the post-processing on the portraits do stuff.
This will come in handy.
There you go. So there's the particle there. And if you notice, they're actually on the player up here, you can see the particles. So I'll do that once more so you can see the actual effect. So those particles are set to certain layers, so they only affect the cameras for each one. But it's a very simple particle. It's got a fog in the front and then this globe that goes around them, and you can kind of see that both in front and behind them. But it would be really cool if, you know, during that something else happened too. Like, who knows what, but stuff happened, you know. Anyways, that's that. So I'm gonna go. This has been a fun time. It's been 4 hours, so it's been fun. Thanks for hanging out, everybody. I hope to see you another time. Don't forget to like and subscribe. And as always, and shameless plug, if I always forget to do this, definitely join the Discord, subscribe to the YouTube, and if you do want to support Infinity PBR, always go to infinitypbr.com when you're going to buy from the asset store. That's not infinitypbr.com, not Instagram. Don't go to Instagram for anything. That's a good life tip. Go to infinitypbr.com. Click this to get my affiliate link into the asset store. If you're going to buy some assets, just use that link because it helps me out. But also check out my stuff. And if you like it, buy it. We got the new low poly pack there. Working on more new stuff. We're not fast enough. We need to be faster. So if you happen to know an animator, rigger, texture artist, or modeler who is responsible, affordable, and wants to work with me, let me know. I'm glad, the Bull, that your work is more fun, and hopefully you'll get that job. You said you practically got it, so I can't wait for you to be not working the night shift. Of course, you might not come to the nighttime streams anymore, but that's okay. Yeah, it's been fun. More to do. I'm really happy that the players are working. I need to figure out why that post-processing is doing what it's doing. I'm excited that it is doing it because that means it's working for the most part. And that the health bars are working. I want to make the health bars better and do transition stuff and all that fun stuff. So baby steps, every little bit. But I have to say, today, a lot of the systems really came into place today, right? A lot of them. I mean, the resistance thing, I didn't expect that to work out so fast. The distance mod worked. That it works on the players. It was supposed to. That was the whole point of it. But that it did that, and it just worked as well, is great. I do want to test the math and make sure, like, beef up somebody's armor class and just see what the result is. But yeah, I want to do all that, and yeah, there's still a lot more to do. Still a lot more of stuff that was working before that isn't working now. Like these bad guys, they used to walk around and attack the player. They don't right now. So I need to rebuild. I'm going to rebuild that entire system, I think, or most of it. I think I still have the old code, but I turned it all off because with the game modules, everything changed and it's better, but I needed to redo a lot of stuff, so 15 of my assets, it's not enough. It's not enough. There's more than 15 there, so no, that's plenty enough. And definitely don't buy them if you're not actually going to use them, but because that would be a silly waste of money. Don't do that. But definitely, if you are thinking about using creatures or stuff, check out those. But don't buy them unless you're rich. If you're rich, then buy them all, and buy the multi-entity version, or just buy me a house. You know what I need? I need a wealthy grandparent or uncle or aunt or something. I don't have any of those. I don't have any grandparents anymore, and my uncles and aunts, there's one who's a little wealthy, but he's not that wealthy. The rest are not. They're all poor. So I need to find one of those so that I can get some money and buy a house, and then I can quit my job. And if I quit my job, then I can work on this game every single freaking day And I could live stream every day on a schedule. That would be my job. And live streaming on a schedule would mean more people would see me and come join me every day. You see my plan, right? Need to get myself a trust fund somehow. Anyways, there we go. So have a great night, everybody. Thanks for hanging out.